Yo, 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 Clown Army, welcome to the show. What's tonight's show all about, I hear you say? Well, tonight's show is all about the 80s. For some reason, Eric decided that the challenge that won was going to be the 80s challenge, and that's what we're here to sort out today. I'm not even going to respond to that one, Eric. Welcome to those already in the building. We're just going to wait for the theme tune to play out, and then we'll be ready. Yeah, absolutely. EZITHER. Punk is tolerated. If you want to put a punk track in, then please put a punk track in. However, you would have had to have made that track within the past couple of weeks to get it in the show tonight. We love a bit of punk here. I guess that's Ether? I'm not sure. Ether. I'm crap at pronouncing names, but yeah, literally, we'll take anything. And the 80s wasn't just about new romantic bollocks. There was loads of stuff going on in the 80s. Pop, punk, loads and loads of stuff going on. So, like, it really depends on what your interpretation of it is that you wanted to present to the show this evening. I don't think we're going to get too many punk tracks in tonight. What I do think we're going to get in is a bucket load of synthwave stuff. Yeah, Bonnie Tyler, what's the other one that I can't stand? Kate Bush, who else was big in the 80s? The Eurythmics were big in the 80s, you know, there's so much going on in the 80s that you could have latched onto rather than doing just a normal dance track. But let's see, there are 40 tracks in the fucking thread tonight. So I'm pretty sure there will be a nice mixed, varied bag of what the fuck is going on. Yes, I'm Murphy. A disturbance in the force indeed. This is not your usual URL. This is the 80s challenge. Eric Lewin ran a poll in the group, and an 80s track was the one that was picked. Yep, Robert Palmer was big in the 80s. Fuck me, Phil Collins was big in the 80s. If you want to do a Phil Collins track, remix of Phil Collins track, that'd be lovely. I will warn you that my track is absolutely fucking gash, and I do mean absolutely fucking gash. Just waiting for the theme tune to be over. is indeed for the Clown Army. As I said, Eric ran a poll, and the winner of that poll in the group was the 80s challenge, and that's why we're here today. We're here to bring you some 80s goodness. Yeah. So yeah, let's just listen to Eric one last time. I've been pushing this quite a lot over the past couple of months, but
Clown Army, are you ready for next URL challenge? I sure as hell know I am. So with this challenge, we want to see you make the most distinctly 80s sounding track you possibly can. Okay? Now, with that said, we don't care. You can use hardware, software, analog, digital.
I'm using all four.
Doesn't matter. You can cover an existing 80s song, or you can make your own 80s sounding track. Again, it doesn't matter. What does matter is capture that 80s feeling. You know, capture the vibe. Y'all know what I'm saying. So, July.
Today.
26.
Today.
Remember that date, people. You forget.
Eric loves a spanking. Eric loves a spanking.
Spanking's coming your way. Alright? Let's hop in them studios. Let's have some fun. And let's make the 80s happen in the URL, y'all.
Yes, Eric Lewin, what an absolute fucking diamond bloke. I cannot wait to share oxygen with this man. I really can't. Oxygen and beers and spliffs and God knows what else. The man lives in Florida, so it's going to take me a while to get there. However, that is the challenge. The challenge is, can you make an 80s sounding track? I didn't. Okay, my track is fuck. It sounds like Pierrot the Acid Clown is molesterizing the 80s, and that's literally, it's a mega mix of about 6 tracks, and like with a little bit of acid in there. Right, so everybody seems to be in the building. There's a lot of people in right now, so shall we kick off with the first track in the thread? Or 40 some tracks. It's going to be a fucking ridiculously long show. Ridiculously long show. So strap in, people. We got fucking shit loads. I don't even know if these are in post order at the moment or what. Oh, can we watch that there? Oh, we can. Excellent. Okay, kicking us off is a guy you can catch at the after party at Clownfest. Right, this is it. 80s all the way, people, tonight. 80s all the way. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys have come up with. No guest tonight, unfortunately, Grey One. And there he is! The guy who's playing right now has just entered into the building and said boo. Please say hello to him. Williams has joined us and just says hello. How's it going? Darren Cole in the building, how's it going, my man? Yeah, yes, of course I can, Dean, no problem. So there we go. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name properly. Achleg, Acheleg. So we're just going to call him Mad CV. So Mad CV has kicked us off for the 80s, and I think he was actually using some kit there that was made in the 80s. So that is the standard for the rest of the night. Let's see if they get better or worse than that. There will be a poll going up in the group, and you can vote for the person that you think was the best 80s. Let's just roll on to the next one. We're on SoundCloud for this. Oh, Andy Gregg from the Down Coal Camp. Yeah, nice start indeed, Dean. Nice start indeed. In the Synthwave area. I think we're going to get a lot of this tonight. Added you back to the group, my man. Hey Synthetic, how's it going, my man? Great fucking weekend for hardware jams this week, wasn't it? 3-day festival and each of them fucking blinding. I popped in and out as much as I could over the weekend to check it. It was really, really good. And KGB Studios, why am I not surprised that you are split about how I feel about the term synthwave? I'm not really keen on it myself at all. We've heard this track before. Do you know why I think we've heard this track before? I've already liked it. Yes, indeed, Synthetic. Awesome artists all over the show, giving their all for hardware jams. It was lovely to see. I wonder if inviting hardware jams to the last Climbfest had anything to do with that at all. Benjamin says, strong lover of synthwave here, and Darren Cole says, nice work, Andy. I think we gave this good scores on the last time it was on the show, to be honest. All right, so for me, that one did capture the 80s really, really nicely. The beat was particularly 80s. Had that lovely synthwave stuff over the top of it, and it had a guitar in there. If I was going to mark it, I'd probably, for the challenge, I'm going to give it a solid 8. I didn't mark the first one because it's really hard marking the first one. If you go too high, then you got to go too high on the next one, and it's ridiculous. So he set the pace, and I'm giving this one an 8. It was nice. Yeah, just it did sound like the 80s, especially towards the beginning. There's a beat. Typically 80s sounding beat there. Nicely done, Andy Gregg. Who next? Oh, Jason Bagri.
Let's be honest, £10 probably won't get you far these days. Takeaway breakfast for 2, 1 cocktail in a posh bar, a couple of hours of car parking.
What are we selling?
First bus, a tenner will get you a lot further.
Right, first bus. Fuck off. Not so keen on that kick, but then we're not marking for would I dance to it or buy it. We are marking it as how well it sits in the 80s. my bad. I missed you again on Sunday, Dom. I'm really sorry about that. Dom says, did I miss me? We're 2 tracks in, Dom. You're miles away, don't worry. KGB says, I thought the first one wasn't obviously 80s, but then again, I didn't hear the words. Maybe in terms of signs used. That's where I think he was going with that one. I get the feeling he was using kit from the 80s. There was a drum machine there, which I know was around in the 80s. And I know that I'm pretty sure that's what he was using. Sure how 80s this one sounds. Was this kind of sound around in the 80s? I was 4 when the 80s started, and 14, 12, about 14 when they finished. Skid says, got some Capital Mar vibe, and the sober synthesis, which I believe is Tony Duncan, says not very 80s. Now it doesn't sound quintessentially 80s to me, which is a bit of a shame. It's a nice track. Yes, Adrian, indeed, Acid House was kind of beginning in the late 80s, absolutely. Like, I think it was KGB pointed out earlier that there were a lot of stuff going on in the 80s, you know? Robert Palmer, Genesis, Phil Collins, Kate Bush, what's the one whose girls just want to have fun, that one. You know, there were a lot of things going on in the 80s that weren't just dancey synthwave. Ollie Linear joins us and just creates an echo chamber for what we've been saying. That's not 80s. No, it doesn't sound quintessentially 80s. So unfortunately, if we're scoring for how well it sounds in the 80s, this is going to get a 4. Mark's favourite, Erasure, yeah, absolutely. Duran Duran, you know, there were loads and loads of pop in the 80s. You know, pop that got taken seriously as well. Simon Murphy's asking if any tracks are done on an Amiga 500. I seriously fucking doubt it. Oh god, Black Lace, Agadoo, Christ almighty. Dean, again, you're an echo chamber for what we were saying, but Dean says, sorry, but how is this the 80s? I agree. Adrian says, I suppose there's some Depeche Mode traces in there, but potentially around Violator, which was 1990. Does this count? I don't know. Yeah, Terminal says hitting the 80s isn't an easy sound, and that's why I didn't go for a quintessentially 80s track. You'll hear mine a little later on. In fact, what time would you like me to perform my track? Lovely track, Jay, but unfortunately for me and a lot of the people in the chat, that doesn't sound like the 80s. Great track. If we were marking it on the URL, you'd probably get like a solid 8 or something. It's a bit light for me. But seeing as though we're marking this kind of thing on how 80s it sounds, that's a 4, I'm afraid. And that's one of the lowest scores I've ever given on the URL, but we're not marking it for structure, composition, noises and stuff. We're marking it on how it sounds like the 80s. So... it's nice to see Oliver trolling us this evening from his deathbed, where he's got some sort of tooth abscess or something. Who knows? Oliver says the 80s sound is the easiest ever. Well, where was your track, motherfucker? Oh, this is. Oh God, I can't remember his fucking name. Anyway, Limmy, LM at Y. Limity?
Please don't try and rap to me, you talking crap is facts to me. Shut up and rock your free that would just
This is the guy who couldn't get his track in the right thread. This one was supposed to be for the URL, but never made it because he didn't get it in the right thread.
Stop running, you can't for me. I'll open you up, then you'll see it's simple, not complexity. It's not in consent that you'll bleed. Got me thinking proper deep, thinking hard but gotta sleep. Sinking but my mind's complete. Stand aside or face defeat. Again, it's not complexity. I am not one to compete. Your words are off the dash. You go hurt your boys, I'll send my fleet. I'll make you what you're meant to be. A dirty stain they don't cheat. The only difference clear to see. No color, just plastic G. Color black diversity. No black, no white equality. No left my
Disqualified.
Our transparency. Yo. Just clouding our transparency.
Benjamin says dope track wouldn't have flown in the 80s. No, maybe would have flown in the 80s.
It's not the way I trap, I'm not expecting bread from you.
Oliver says more 80s than the
I'm living this shack, scared of back for what I'll catch. 2 weeks on red sleeping bad, 2 weeks sleep dead slipping mad. One eye open, strap on floor, on edge out all like Baghdad. Wait, they're talking of Baghdad, or bag your dad, I'm under slack. Tell him cough at my P now, tell him pay up for his skag. Tell him before things get mad, I will slay him then check back.
Right, well unfortunately, because I know this track wasn't actually supposed to be in this thread and was supposed to be in a different thread, I will make sure that this one goes into the next thread for the URL. But that is a big fat 0 for 80 signed in, is that one? Right, so we're 4 tracks down. We've got a couple of disqualifications already. Right, who this? Oh, this is Warren. Okay then. Savoir Minstrel!
Okay, so welcome to War Minstrel's attempt at the challenge laid out by Eric Lewin, the 80s challenge for the Unsigned Review Live. You ready? So what I'm going to do now is attempt to make something that was in the charts that I didn't really listen to, but it was on. I knew about it, you know. And over the years I've learned how it was made, you know, so, you know, a lot of the tunes are made with a DX7 with the first 33 presets. We use a lately bass on this project. I'm also going to be using a Lindrum, I think, as well as a DX7 and a few kind of VST. Everything's going to be done in the box. I'm not using any synths or anything. So I'm going to use things like the CS80, Junos, that sort of thing, maybe.
Oliver, I don't think Warren is using the same mics as me. That one's built into the headphones.
Quite a little ghost house on there.
A little how-to video as well.
A few parts together. It's really pretty basic, really. Yeah, so I've got the Lindrum, we've got the lately bass being played by the DX7. We've got that really naff Fender Rhodes piano copy that was also on the DX7, and everyone used it, from Phil Collins to Colin.
Well, Oliver's happy, says that sounds like the 80s.
And a Juno.
Let's go! Yeah, Oliver, these cost me £4, you know? So if you are inclined and you want to sponsor the URL and send some money our way, I've just put the link for the Buy Me a Coffee in there. The goodies have ended. You can't get any of those goodies anymore, but you can sponsor the URL there. So new mics, or I need a camera, a DSLR, yeah, they're, you know, so anyway. Oh, apparently it's not built in. You have one of the old style mics, Warren. cost me £2 and they're wired. The new ones cost me £4 and they're unwired. Completely clean paint. Sapper says, yeah, great 80s style sounding drums there. Warminster knows what he's doing. You can just hear like the Eurythmics or the Pet Shop Boys singing over this. Synthwave says, nice progression, very 80s in many ways. Absolutely, you're going to hate my track. Says, I definitely feel this could be an 80s movie soundtrack, absolutely. I like the way that Warren's given us, you can see what he's doing here. Says smash that like button, and I agree with him. At the moment we have 20 people smash that like button and 48 watching.
Yeah, that's about it then. That'll do. 80s tune. Whereas 80s instruments, I don't really know as much for tune, but there you go. Like I say, I was listening to bands like Culture Shock and Crass and Subhumans at the time, so that's just me. So anyway,
I am surprised you didn't put a punk style track in, Warren.
To take the time to watch this. Hope you've enjoyed it for a laugh. There's a bit of a giggle on it. So that's my 80s challenge for Eric Lewing. I hope I'm pronouncing Lewing. Is it a silent ing? Is it Lewin? Eric Lewin. Anyway, so thank you very much, Eric. It's a good one. I like that you like the 80s because that was my era. Even though I didn't listen to any of the music really, apart from punk and Hawkwind and stuff like that. So thanks very much. You've been in the Warminster studio. I've been Warminster, and that was my 80s challenge.
Yes, Warren, you smashed that right on the head, mate. I'm going to give you an 808 on that one. Lovely 80s track. Drum program was nice. Synth sound sounded exactly like the 80s, and I could feel myself wearing shoulder pads at that point. So yeah, good work there, my man. Absolutely lovely work. All right. Don't forget, you will be voting in a poll, so make sure you remember what all these sound like. Okay, so let me see. Buck Flanger. Also, the past couple of challenges, I think Jen's won it and Eric's won it. So ideally, we want not for our admin team to win this one. Otherwise, people are going to start calling this fixed.
Where do we find?
The poll will not go up, Bill, until this has gone out. Let's wait until it's gone out. Eric will set the poll up tomorrow and you can all vote on it then. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
What can she feel?
Darren Cole says, is it too late to put a track in? Yes, but no.
Let me see. She let me see. In search of something which I don't know.
Oliver says, agony, pain, time for painkillers. Is it wrong that I take a lot of joy in that?
Where do we find? Where do we find?
Matt Dr. Light says, love this already. Got a feeling I'm going to say that a lot tonight. Yeah, you're heavily steeped in the 80s, and I'm glad you realised the 80s challenge was going on this morning, and then popped a fucking track in.
What can't you see? What can't you see? We don't need nobody.
Okay, KGB Studio says, okay, this is not exactly my cup of tea, but this really sounds like the Pet Shop Boys.
In search of something which I don't know. We don't need anybody. Where do we find? Where do we find destination?
Polls haven't been set up yet. The show hasn't gone. How can we set up a poll for a show that hasn't gone out and tracks that you haven't heard? Does not make sense.
What can't you see? We don't need nobody. You let me see. She let me see. In search of something which I
Yes, Bob, exactly. Crafty stuff, but really not my kind of vibe. I like it. It harkens back to the 80s. I'll give it a solid 8 for sounding like the 80s.
anybody.
Yeah, email sounds, I agree.
Where do we
I have to sort this fucking light out on the fucking camera. It's driving me insane.
destination? Where do we go? Where do we? What can't you see? What can't you see?
Yeah, Bill, this is only like our fifth time of trying this in the URL, the things. So maybe next time Eric can get the poll ready for when the show goes live.
Let me see.
That does sound like a good idea, I admit, and it's something that we have overlooked.
In search of something which I don't know.
Yeah, like it, not my thing, a little bit too slow. Preferred Warren's tracks, hence the reason I'm going to give this one a solid 8. Nice, just didn't grab me massively. So, next up. Oh my god, what is this? Okay, cool. Ooh. Okay, so this is Ron Peters. This guy's got so much fucking kit in his studio, it's just ridiculous. Here is my entry. Decided to do something a little different and submit my night. Oh, okay.
And I thought it would be more fun to submit a song that I actually composed and recorded in the 80s, 1985 on this one, rather than make a new version or a new song.
Okay.
Since all my songs come out sounding that way anyway. This song is called Prisoner of the Wind. It was one of 3 demo songs I had put out there for radio broadcast. Of course, I was a teenager, and it was my goal to see if I get anybody to play anything I did. This song was originally recorded in my bedroom on a Yamaha 4-track cassette recorder, which I still have, still works. The old Yamaha personal studio system, which by itself is really interesting, and I'll feature that in my next synth tour.
We're having you back for another one, mate, don't worry.
All the gear used in this song I still have in use today.
Wow.
I'll show you a quick little bit of it here. Let me flip the camera around here. Okay.
Apparently this guy's been in the group for a good couple, like a long while.
Sounds all come.
Look at the studio!
Kwai SX240.
Is that a Fismo?
Right down to the bass. You'll hear that in it.
Yeah, it is a Fismo.
There's a part in there from my Kwai K3. Bought both of those keyboards brand new, 84 and 85. You can tell Those buttons got used a lot.
Yeah.
Judging by the clear tape over the membrane. The drums are 100% RX5. 100%. That's literally it. It's all the gear I had at the time. So what you're about to hear
Mystic Frequencies, Rod Mark Peters.
The first song that ever got franchised radio play on FM radio, so you'll get to hear the little intro on it. And here it is.
Great
Here's
little
our
intro
weekly
there.
feature at this time on a Wednesday. It's 9 o'clock. And tonight we'll be featuring Mystic Frequencies. That's a band from Denver. And then a little bit later on, we'll have a couple cuts from the album Road 58 by Tracy Swearingen. Let's begin with Mystic Frequencies. And featured on synthesizer here is Mark Peters. This is Prisoner of the Wind at KBCO.
Dude, beautiful video, mate. This track was made in 85. So, if this doesn't score highly on the fucking 80s chart, nothing will. The light says great kit, but I bet the snare is shit. Yeah, baby! Rad is an understatement, Ben. This studio is fucking ballistic. Yeah, this is indeed the most 80s yet, and why it was produced in the 80s. What astounds me is this guy's still using that 80s kit today. Jumpers tucked into jeans. Dean Daughter says sick as fuck, and he really is. Woman still says incredible, I'm 17 again. I would have been 10. Hello, doggo. I don't think it's time for me to teabag the entire audience just yet. Can you go and molesterize a cat for like half an hour? Well, I don't want you. Says glad I tuned in. Oh, Ebo. EML says maybe I can convince him to adopt me. Abso-fucking-lutely. Jason Marsh says, jumps from the outside library school steps and punch the air. Free shot end. Absolutely. Dog, get out my coffee. Matt Dobb says, so fucking good. Proper, innit? I'm off to grab me some leg warmers. Fnatic 12,000 has given it 11 cats, and I don't blame him. I love the fact that the actual presenter from the TV radio station was included in this as well. That's really, really good. I like that touch. Jason Marsh says, we can do it. Come on, guys, let's save the church hall. Oh, Oh, it's a fade out. There's no need for a fade out. I wonder if that was done by the radio
was
station.
the last one. Prisoner of the Wind before that. And also on local music tonight on KBCO. Mystic Frequencies starting out that set. And they hail from Denver. Roxanne will be back next week with local music. Here's Bob Dylan at KBCO.
No Bob Dylan. That's a hell of a come down. Ron, mate, honestly, that track was fucking ballistically good. I'm going to give you a 909 on that one, just in case there is something that sounds even better than that to me. But literally, as it stands, you literally are leading the pack in that one. And the reason being is because you made that in 95 as well. You know, that's genuinely officially from the fucking 80s. All right, Ron, you have set the fucking bar goddamn high. Okay, this is Cy Murphy. This is definitely the authentic sound of the early dance scene. I know because I was there. Listen to Anthem 2022 by Cy Murphy on SoundCloud. Let's see if you can
Some memories last 2,000 years.
Let's see if you can outdo Ron on that one. Oh, well, I'm going to say that this is more in the 90s dance. Everybody's saying 90s, so this is a disqualification. Oh, Cy, you've been disqualified. Adrian says, when was Black Box Ride on Time released? Let's just have a look. Good. 1990 for Ride on Time. Oh, the track's great. It's 90s house. Adrian says this is 80s on technicality because Italian disco was 80s. Paul says sorry for being late. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. We're about 5 tracks down. Okay, Madonna Vogue, what year was that? Again, Madonna Vogue was 1990. I just want to see the fucking when the albums came out. Show me those 14 studio albums then. Says this sounds like the 90s no matter what gear was used, and the Sober Synthesis says I'm with Dean, and I kind of happen to agree with both of you. It's early dance for sure, but it is 90s, I think. Adrian says, oh my god, the first chat argument of the night. I hope there will be many more. I hope there will be many more. Usually it's me ranting. No, I don't think tonight you're going to get a rant from me. Jim Scavenger has turned up. Will says, I disagree. Dean, it was also there in 88, 89. I kind of see where you're coming from, but that's literally it's the ass end of the 90s. And if you played this to someone and said, what era was this? 80s, sorry. If you played this to someone and said, what era do you think this came from? They would literally say the 90s to you. I guarantee it. Again, if this was in the URL, this would be getting licking a 9. Production is on point. Sounds like it was made for the 90s. But we're marking this on an 80s track. So again, this is a 4. Sorry, mate, absolutely beautiful track, but it didn't make me think, oh, I'm back in the 80s as a 10-year-old, trying to, find my way in the world and looking at what's going on, and, and it didn't make me feel like that. It made me feel like the dance days of the 90s when I just kind of got into dance music and stuff. So, yeah, it's a 4! Okay, up next, unknown member. We like unknown members. Oh, Sean James. Sean James? I don't think using 80s footage makes it an 80s track. We'll listen, we'll give it a go. Yeah, 90s already, absolutely. So at the moment, the person that you've got to beat is Ron, and in second place is the War Minstrel. Sai says, it's been a pleasure. Good, I'm glad. The track was sound as fuck, mate. The track was sound as fuck. It just didn't make me think of the 80s. It made me think of the 90s. Actually heard any 80s music before? I don't know, Bill, I'm not sure, but when we do an 80s challenge and you have to make a quintessential 80s track, it's got to make you think of the 80s. This one makes me think of 90s warehouse parties. What do you think when you hear this track? Oxum's just turned up. How's it going, my man? Yeah, the 80s were pop, Dean. I agree with you on that one. Not techno. I absolutely agree. Correct, Jim, I was. No, I wasn't. In 86, I was 10. And at that point, I was looking around at what music I liked. That's when you start discovering who you are as a human being, and yeah. No problem, Darren. Wait, that's right. It's funny you say humanoid, Jim, because that's what Jed has remixed for us. But yeah, this doesn't make me think of the 80s. Greywood says, how is this entered into the 80s challenge? I agree. I think because he's used the 80s footage, he thinks of that. But again, this is another 4. Really nice track, good techno, plods along nicely, does what he needs to do, and doesn't remind me of the 80s. Jason says, I can't even timestamp this one. Yeah, I know, right? Was Baywatch on in the 80s? No, that was Knight Rider. It's funny you say that, Ben. It's funny you say that. Oh yeah, absolutely, Dean. Absolutely. Dean says, I love it all. I'm not saying it's bad music. No. We didn't think you were at all. What I want to know is, what's the first image that comes into your head when you hear this? Or when you hear the next track that plays? If it's shoulder pads and fucking leg warmers and whatever else was around in the 80s, fucking space hoppers and choppers, you know, if it makes you think of that, then it's done its job. If it makes you think of 90s warehouse parties, it's not doing the job. And unfortunately, we have to slide it off the table. Yep, see, 90s Underground's party, absolutely. 10mil says it doesn't capture the vibe at all. Sure is good though, absolutely. If this was on the URL, it'd be licking a 9. Yes, the last track could have been played at Bagley's 88, 89, and that's fine, but does it make you think of the 80s? Does it make you go, oh, that reminds me of the 80s? No, not to me. This one could have been done in the 90s. So again, wiped off the table. It's all about the feeling that music presents to you, and fucking Mark Ron Peters, his fucking track was just on the fucking ball, and so was Warren's. They literally sounded like they were in the 80s, and that's what we're after. That's what Eric wanted us to recreate here. Okay, so Halbert Hoffman. We don't get too much of this guy's stuff in. This is the psychopath that made the GoFundMe for the tattoo, which is being sorted. I will be getting it soon. This track is 8 minutes long. And quiet as fuck. John Alchemy's just joined us and said, not even 90s, that's 2000 progressive house. See? Not many of us were saying, oh yeah, that reminded me of the 90s. We're all saying the 80s. We're all saying 90s and forwards. So again, wiped off the table. Jim says, I was clubbing in the 80s and not listening to fucking pop music, but I guarantee you at some point in the 80s you heard some pop music. There were radios around at this time, Jim, I'm pretty sure of it. Ah, 10 mil says they're dropping like flies. Yes, they are. Inky the Cat's just joined us. How's it going, my love? Alien Probe, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Warren did, and if you did as well, Alien Probe, and you've got a section of how your video was created, that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. Hooray! Oh, Mystic Frequencies has just joined us. He says, sorry I'm late. Oh, Mark Ron Peterson, your fucking track went down so well, mate. You got a 909 from me and about 11s from everybody else. Go on, go away. No, I don't want you. You're a proper pain in my butt. Helix Riders in the building as well. Mr. Frequencies, it says yes. Glad you guys loved it. You're in the lead at the moment, mate. Oh, there's all kinds of frequencies going mental in this one. Mystic Frequencies says, by the way, the K3 definitely came out in 85. I still have my receipt from Gamble Music Limited. That's mental, mate. Yeah, Jim, absolutely. absolutely, and I said this at the beginning of the show, the 80s underground and rock scene was fucking having it. Absolutely, I'm surprised nobody put in any punk or rock or Kate Bush inspired stuff, you know? Dean says, gear used, not important. Sounds like the 80s music, very important, and I agree with you. Ishleg says, I feel like this was underground sounds in 88, 89, CNC hit in 1990. Jim says, if someone posts a proper Osrix, Arthur or Poisoned Electric Head, they will win. Absolutely. If you stick out, you're going to win. If you pick something that's unique, but still in the 80s, you will win. But again, this, you know, if I was marking this, I'd be calling this rig techno. Jim Scavenger says, this has 93 written all over it. Hospital says this track is ahead of its time. Oh, there's some issues going on in there. Yes, this is definitely early UK techno, without a doubt. Movement 81 says first acid house party was in Crantook car park in Newquay in 1985. Sounds about right. Leroy says it's a hard crowd tonight. Well, we're trying to think of the 80s. This doesn't make me feel like the 80s. Like Jim says, 93 onwards. Oh, there's some glitches in there I don't like. Absolutely, yeah, they didn't care so much back then, led to some really interesting music, absolutely, absolutely. The light says 80s the fuck up or get out, absolutely. Oh right, okay, Moving 81 said I meant my first acid party, not the first, sorry. Okay, shitloads of rogue frequencies in here. If I was marking this on the URL, it would be somewhere in the 7s category, possibly licking a 7. Frequencies all over the place. There are cutouts in audio in some places, and it just sounds like old rig techno. So yeah, licking a 7. But for our challenge tonight, wiped off the table, giving it a 4. Thank you very much for your contribution, Halbert Hoffman, to our 80s challenge, and not sounding anywhere near the 80s. Right, where are we? Okay, 80'S.
Food's for eating, not throwing away.
Go away. Looks like Jen has just turned up. Jen has been at her music course for the past hour. So that's it. All of our URL admin crew are in the building. I hope that the music course went well, Jen, and give me some pointers. fuck's sake. This 80s was not about, the 80s was not about techno. This is 90s all the way. Come on. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I like it. Bill Cerebral says this is mid-90s trance. Oh, it's a fucking Google Drive, you cunt. Paul Plancher says 9 Cats is fun, but 80s stuff. Yeah, again, I'd put this in the 90s, I really would. Grey One says at this point, just play some Mystic Frequencies again. Agreed. Join the party and says howdy. Alexander Bear, cool track, but definitely 90s. Yeah, absolutely. So again, 4 wiped off the table. I'd probably give it a solid 8 in the URL if we were a regular URL, but tonight we are not a regular URL. My audio. Yes! There we are! Says, I really should have dropped an 80s track for that. That's fine, you haven't, because it looks like it's going to be a 4-hour show anywho. You're all going to hate my track. Oh, screws have come out. Finally, Dean Daughters is satisfied and says 100% spot on, this is perfect. 80s B-side right here. Kane says Fires up the NPC. Yes, Adrian, Paul Hardcastle written all over this. No, 19. Pete says he nailed it with a sledge. Spot on. This is Mario, who usually writes really dark techno. Apparently yesterday, it was the 3-year anniversary of him coming to the studio. Fnatic 12,000 says, by the way, I'm putting wallpaper up in my bedroom and have some good vibes. Don't put wallpaper up, get it fucking plastered and paint it, it's loads easier. Adrian, none of them received the hero's welcome. No, 19. Not quite as good as Ron's track, but I still think we're going to give this a 9.2. Gon says, wallpaper is very 80s though. Yes, it very much is. Alrighty, it's about that time in the evening when if you got them, I suggest you smoke them up. And if you haven't got them, I suggest you go and see your local dealer to get something to smoke up. Get him to deliver it though. You don't want to leave the show. You want to come and you want to drop him off, and you don't want him to charge you petrol money for it either. And it better not be fucking 0.8 for a tenner. Oh, that's it. That's the finish of that. Yeah, mate, beautiful, mate. Absolutely beautiful. From usually the stuff that you make, which is raging hard techno, to then be able to produce something like this shows that you are a man of talent. And at the moment, you're sitting in second place for me. Turns out Bill Cerebral's just put another fucking track in. Please stop putting tracks in. I'm gonna be here for fucking forever. Anyway. That was Mario. Who's next? A remix of Studio Jam of Small Town Boy I Made for a Friend. Hope it doesn't MCs with YouTube. Ah, fuck the MC. Honestly, visual copyright is the only thing that YouTube gives a shit about. If it's audio copyright, I just can't make money off it, and I don't make money off my channel anyway, because that's not what I'm about. Who is this? Looks like the Asbestos Farmer, but I don't think it is. Tom Pixton, okay. Look. There's a frequency in there which is redlining. Bill says, skip all non-90s tracks, 80s tracks, should be done by 9. Facts. Yeah, this has a foot in the 80s, but it has an actual leg in the 90s. And this tells me this was released in '84, so it, you know. Monster Paul says, Small Town Boy is a great tune, so I'll allow it. Yes, Lucy, very Eurythmics. Yeah, I can hear that in it too. It's like I say, it's got a foot in the 80s, but it's got a leg in the 90s. Ben says, more like Rim in the 80s. Okay, I'll see that. Oh, Danny, perfect. Like a B-side remix, very late 80s, just way better produced, absolutely. Bill Cerebral says, I was a small town boy, moved to the huge Norwich metropolis, so this song speaks to me. I kind of agree with you on that one actually. Bassline is totally 80s. If it sounds 90s, then it was ahead of its time. I agree. Like I say, it kind of reminds me of the Eurythmics, Erasure, Pet Shop Boys. So it's in that area. I'm gonna allow this one. Oh God. Fuck off and keep putting fucking tracks in, you cunts. It's gonna be a 5 sodding hour show, just giving you a link for it. And I fucking hated, is it Erasure this is? God damn. Anyway, I'm gonna smoke my joint. I mean, it's not a joint, it's a cigarette. No, I didn't say it's Erasure, I said it sounds like Erasure. We're about to hit the watershed, so family show can get the fuck out. Yeah, this was Bronzy Beat. I was saying I can hear the influences of those in this. And it's all because they were around about the same time. Reminiscent of the 80s, Dean. It's got a little harkening to it, so I'm going to lay this one in. I'm going to give it a fat, solid 8. Like, I think it was KGB who said, this sounds like if they'd released the single, this would be the dance remix that they got somebody to do on the B-side of the single. I kind of like it. So it's a good track. Inky the Cat raising a very good point there, but Dean, technically, house music started in the 80s. Correct. Done that change up sooner and then made it a little bit shorter. 8 minutes is a touch long. Says, sounds like the best of the rest of the 80s, absolutely. Bill says this bit's nice jack in and properly 80s house. Yep. Hospital says, I was along for the ride, but lost all the signs of the 80s in there. I get what you're saying, which is why I'm going to give it a solid 8 and I'm going to allow it in. At the moment, this is sitting in like 4th place or something. Absolutely lovely track. Solid 8 for tonight's show. Probably would have got a 9 on the URL if we were marking it just on its merits of being a track. But today we are looking for the 80s, and that had a hint, but just a little hint. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for us to go, do you know what? I am in the 80s. So who is up next? CD Mix Test 2, Spoonbender. Oh, right, okay, yeah. No, this wasn't made for the challenge. This guy just writes 80s style stuff, and he was like, I do this all the time. Here's a track. Oh, God. I'm going to be here till fucking 12 o'clock because you cunt. Fuck. There's a link for where it is. There's a link for sponsoring the URL. Goodies are not available on that link at the moment. Kind of stuff, you know, the stuff that was kind of good, big in the pop charts in the 80s. Yes, Adrian, some post Blondie solo Debbie Harry work in there. Kane has dropped a track and then run off. And it's everything I hated about the 80s. Daniel's giving it a 6. Yeah, Gons, absolutely. I think there was more diverse music back then, thinking about it. Absolutely. We're inundated with, like, teen music these days, you know? And it's... What the fuck do you know about life at, like, 21 that you're writing fucking love ballads for? It's fucking bollocks. Yep, absolutely. Going to give that one a solid 8, although that was literally everything I hated about the 80s. There's no distorted guitars in there. You know, it's not particularly fast-paced, but it does make me think of the 80s. So for that reason, I am going to give it an 8. Literally, that's literally what I hate about the 80s. You know, it just the 80s was not a good time for me, I'm telling you. All right, and that's another one by him, but we're not going to play that because... Oh, Leroy, excellent. Leroy's chucked us in an 80s track 7 years ago. Wow! Jason Marsh gave it an 8. Jordan Williams gave it a 10 out of 10. Morgan Juniper said 7.5 for him. Benjamin said solid 10. So again, it's all about personal preference. Says that's why it was better, screaming about rage and honouring the devil. Absolutely, that's where I was. Yeah, Ben, absolutely. New Jack Swing. Dean says, love this in big capital letters. But it's 90s for sure, sorry. Runs and hides. Yeah, Fnatic says brilliant, but not really the 80s. Todd's just joined us. How's it going, Todd? He says hello, everybody. Chat is insane tonight. Chat is insane. The chat is going mental. Jackson White Roadblock, yes. Adrian says all this is missing is some rapping, and I kind of agree with you. Yeah, John, to me it's got an 80s kind of feel to it. Again, you get a 9 at the URL, but we're marking it on how 80s does it feel and sound to you. This one, again, 8.2 for me. It's got a foot in the 80s door, but a leg in the early 90s. It's lovely. Oxum says, I would like to know how many of you actually were breathing 80s air. Can we do a poll? Absolutely. In 86, I was 10. Yeah, Tim Mill says, again, this is one of those questionable ones. Absolutely. Yes, Ben. It's like a DJ playing 80s hits subtly. Absolutely. Yeah, Betty Boo doing a do. I absolutely agree with that. Wagyu as well. So Alien Prober's a year younger than me. Put the needle on a record when the drum beat goes like this. I fucking love that track. And again, that sounds like this. When was Mars released? Pump up the volume, dance, dance. similar to that, and I'm gonna let it in. I'm gonna let it in. Leroy, lovely fun track, mate. Lovely fun track. We'd probably score higher at a normal URL, but today we're trying to say, does it feel like the 80s to you? Yes. It felt like there was a foot in the door to the 80s, but it was leaning towards going into the 90s. Still going to give it a great score of 8.2. Was absolutely lovely. Really, really liked it. Fun track. Sounded like old breakbeaty kind of stuff from back in the 80s. So I'm going to give you that one, fella. Good work. Where are we next? Don't forget, these will be going up in a poll when Eric sorts out the poll, and you can all vote on it, and it'd be lovely. No. What are we selling?
What? You'd like us to build for the whole development?
Mark's roofing company has won their biggest...
Right, roofing. Brilliant. Okay, Rip Records. Rip So 80s. Are we playing? Have I started it? What's going on? There we go. Rip Records, so you can catch at Clownfest 9. Now, I'm expecting this to be techno. Roofie Coladas, anyone? Hospital says Mark's Roofie Company. I'll happily hand out Roofie Coladas. You've heard that sound so much in the 80s. Ben says, here comes the Eurythmics. The snare is good. Oh, what did he say? EDM as fuck though, the snare I mean. Charlie Ryan has just turned up and says, reminds me of the racist band Eurythmics. Can you elaborate on why the Eurythmics are racist, pretty please? John Lasagic says, fade to grey sounding, I agree. Yeah, see, everybody's asking in the chat now, Charlie. You're going to have to back this up and you're going to have to back it up with facts. This is everything that I don't like about the 80s. Charlie's just trying to dig himself out of a hole by saying, racist? I meant 80s. That's a hell of a fucking Freudian autocorrect fuck up on your phone if it is, mate. Ah, Jason, agreed. Lost Boys incidental music, 100%. You hit the nail on the head. Yeah, that is one hell of a typo, mate. No EML. No. You wait till you see the side trance tattoo. It's now about yay big. Charlie thought it was the racist challenge. Is that where we covered some Nazi songs or something? Charlie's trying to dig himself out of this hole even more now. He says, they were anti-vax though. Ultravox, I mean. Charlie, stop it. Says, I think he needs an 808 tattoo on his bum, 8 on each cheek and an O in the middle. Charlie says, always type the right word in YouTube chat. Yeah, it made me feel, it has an 80s feel to it 100%, but it's everything that I hated about the 80s. So like licking an 8, good, nice, just not appealing to me. Sounds really, really good. Nice and ambient for Rip Records as well, who usually does techno. So yeah, I liked it. It didn't jump out at me, you know. Mao's track was brilliant, you know. Ron's track, fucking absolutely awesome. Now, oh okay, I took the beat from the Pet Shop Boys, used my microKORG for the 80s lead bass line on the retro, and used the Korg microfreak for the stabs. The rest is just moving around the frequencies. Okay, this is DJ Flexible, or Flexible. Yeah. That shocking fucking cowbell is just quintessentially 80s for me. I hate it with a passion. Was ridiculously out of time. Unsure, Morgan, unsure. This is Ronald Begin, Flexible. Absolutely, the cowbell's doing my head in now. It's the only thing that kind of pulls it into the 80s either. Sounds like there's some timing issues going on there. Yeah, Morgan, not sure it's 80s either. Yeah, no, Dean, don't be sorry about this one, mate. You, honestly, you're an echo chamber for us here. Too much cowbell for sure. Sorry, don't be sorry, Dean, we agree. Yep, underground 90s mix of an 80s track, I agree. Yep, started off 80s but went trance. Bill says you've got to turn the cowbell off, less cowbell, I agree. So it's another 4 and we're wiping it off the table, I believe. Great one says my head hurts. 10 Mil says agreed with Dean, absolutely. There's too much cowbell. Went off too long, made us feel like the 80s with the cowbell, and then rushed into some trance. So 4, wiped off the table. 80'S. Ooh, somewhere in between The Cure, New Order, and Billy Idol with Placebo. Excuse my singing. Ooh. Hey, it's Danny Oscar! You've been very complimentary in the chat so far, fella. I can't wait to hear this. The last track you put in was Diamond, mate. This is great!
Strange things are happening in a town.
Danny, I hope you're still watching, mate.
Cats are hunting dogs, and mice are killing cats. And all around our little town, birds are wearing hats.
Dude, this is lovely. Will Purchase says, Ben, this is available on the Bandicamp for you to purchase. If you would like to purchase this, go over there, give a pound for the sound. Keep Bristol Techno, give it £1 for the sound. Min came into the studio one time and coined the phrase £1 for a sound. Literally.
Strange things are happening. Fire is burning sand. In it's raining rocks, and rivers flowing up the hill.
Luca P says, music is awesome, maybe sing again. As in, are you saying do another vocal take or keep singing?
What's going on?
Will says almost 70s. Yeah, I will agree with that.
What's going on?
Danny says, still had COVID when I was recording my vocals. Wow, this is lovely, mate. Yeah, Gray, I might agree with you on this one, actually. Joint second, this is absolutely perfect.
Strange things are happening all around the earth. Strange things are happening. Men are giving birth. Children rule the world. War has come to end. People all around the globe.
Yes, Todd, absolutely. This is a good song regardless of era, absolutely.
What's going on here? What's going on?
Awesome says, sounds like Franz Ferdinand. Wouldn't know, never listened to them.
What's going on?
The light says, this is very enjoyable indeed. And Matt Dobbs is a hard bugger to please. I can tell thee. I can tell thee.
What's going on?
Oh, that's the end of that. That is the end of that. Danny, that track was just absolutely beautiful. Like I think it was Todd said, beautiful track regardless of era. But, and like Will said as well, it sounded almost 70s as well. So you captured that going out of the 70s into the 80s kind of vibe. Sounded a little bit new romantic. Yeah, there were lots and lots of influences in there, and really, really, really good. It's in second place at the moment, joint second place at the moment for me, as somebody else said earlier as well. Danny, stunning track, mate. Absolutely stunning track. So glad that you're part of the URL, and so glad that you want to keep putting tracks our way.
When you remember this year's holiday, will you think of the waves gently lapping on the shore?
Fuck off. Right, 10 mil. Let's hope I don't fuck the audio this week. Gerhard has just joined us and says, hi there everybody, how's it going my mum? You've joined us about 2 hours into the show. There's probably still about 2 more to go. hear that. Are we talking about the last track?
I am losing all as you create this news with your so-called love roll. It's getting tighter now. Let's hope, yeah. Fuck this fate, fucking hate. Fate, I'm dying now. Losing hope, I'm dying now.
Will says, thinking of deleting my track. Don't delete your track, Will.
Always too late, yeah. Always so sorry, yeah. Death consumes me, yeah. It won't last long.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting an 80s feel on this one.
Held the rope and you strangled me, yeah. As you stared into my eyes.
Two people have said it sounds like the Nin now, digging this, but a bit Nin, but from their early days, aka the 80s. Bill Cerebral says the same thing, and so does Michael Bath. No, hold on, wrong person. Adrian. Kane says, I'm at work now, trying to tune in, but I can't hear shit. Where are you working, fella? We don't want absolute details, but what do you work in? Are you factory, restaurant? Ross has just joined us. How's it going, my man? This is Tim Miller, 10 mil, Helix rider.
This phase is fade.
Yeah, Michael Bass said Bauhaus, not Nin. Yeah, sorry, fella, I got that mixed up.
You strangled me with your love. A rope that took my last breath and washed my hopes away.
Ross says, I've been here all night. Why did I not see you at the beginning? Tim, really nice work, mate. Really nice work. Solid 8. It's a bit slow for me. It does remind me of the 80s, lovely. But it's a bit slow. Says a bit like the Pixies. I can't hear that. Adrian says definitely goth 80s. Yeah. More like the Crow soundtrack. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. That was the 80s. I'm sure it was.
Fuck this fate, yeah. No fuck, yeah. Strangled by your rage, yeah. All this rope you got around me, yeah. Strangled by your love, yeah. Rope rubbed over.
Tony agrees with the Crow soundtrack. Kane says digging it. Yes, nice. It's nice. It's just it doesn't make me jump out and want to buy it. So 8, solid 8, good track. I'm pretty sure Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds was 80s.
Promises, yeah.
Don't make me get my phone out.
Always being spoken, yeah.
1983. Nick Cave of the Bad Seeds are an Australian rock band formed in 1983 by vocalist Nick Cave. So, yep, I'm putting this one in the 80s. Again, not my favourite track of the evening, but nicely 80s sounding. A little bit new romantic for me. People were saying 9 Inch Nails, but Tim, that was a lovely track, mate. Some of the stuff that can come out of yours and our James' place can sound a bit noodly and stuff, but that sounded like it was a track. Really, really, really good work, my man. Really, really good work. And I hope the audio was clear the entire way through for you. Hokey dokey, who is the next? Oh, hello. We've reached a part in the night where it is the curator of the challenge is time to fucking shine. This is EML Sounds, and he is the guy who you've seen for the past couple of weeks telling you that if you don't put the track in on the 7th, July 26th, then you're going to get your ass spanked. This is the man. I'm looking forward to this. Are you ready? Let's go. Yeah, already there. Rich Lambo says, sweet, made it in time. Lovely video, Eric. The Fanatic 12,000 influence in any of this work whatsoever at all, and if you can, you'll be a fool. I don't think I'm going to be able to vote for just one track in the poll. I think that I'm going to have to vote for at least 2 or 3. But for the love of God, don't vote for everyone. That's a Special Olympics thing to do, you know? Don't vote for everyone. Vote for the person you actually thought hit the nail on the head for you. Don't vote for everyone. That's like turning up to a sports day and just getting a fucking trophy because you just turned up. Yeah, I could definitely get Max Headroom vibes off the video. Right, as soon as we're about halfway through the show, I'm going to do my track next. You're gonna hate it. It's 12 minutes long as well. No, Mr. Wiggly, you've not been played yet. We're about halfway through. Synthwave says, reminds me of the Madness, our house video bit. I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. Fnatic 12,000 says, I'm going to remix this one. Oh, Mau, you're so late. Your track was like third in the thing and it went down really well. Really, really well. Absolutely gorgeous track, Eric. Your music ability, creating, arranging, noise sounds, confidence have come on leaps and bounds since you started putting tracks in, and it is absolutely awesome to see. Going to give you an 8.5 on that one, man. I want to give you more just because I love you and you're a beautiful human, and I love the musical journey you're on, and we can all see the musical journey you're on, and it's absolutely amazing. You're a wonderful human being, but 8.5 on that one for me. Right, I'm going to do my track next. You're going to hate it. It's about 12 minutes long, and it's just a mega mix from the 80s. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I've got the only thing. Oh wait, hold on. Let me just move this a bit. There we go. The only things I'm using here is the laptop, this pad, and the 303s. I'm not really using anything much, and it's about as basic as your mum getting her monthly missionary shag from your grey as fuck dad. That's how basic, and honestly, it's horrific. It's gash as fuck. In fact, the little video that I put out telling everybody about the shout out about the show being tomorrow, Bill Cerebral's like, "Is that a joke?" And I'm like, "No, mate, that's exactly what I'm gonna put in." He's like, "You're kidding? I thought you were gonna put in some, lovely." No, 80s was a fucking shit time. It was horrific. Anyway, so here we go. I'll shut up now, and you can listen to me.
never been with anything less than a 9. So fine, I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bowen, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. It's a death-defying life I lead. I take my chances. I die for living in the movies and TV. But the hardest thing I ever do is watch my leading ladies kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. I might fall from a tall building, I might roll a brand new car, cause I'm the unknown stuntman. They backward, such a star. Backward, backward, backward. Never spent much time in school, but I taught ladies plenty. It's true, I hire my body out to pay. Hey, hey, I've gotten burned over Cheryl Teagues, blown up for Raquel Welch. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay. Hey, hey, I might jump an open drawbridge or Tarzan from a vine, cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine. They'll never make me president, but I got the best first ladies. Some days I've got them as far as the eye can see. Ooh-wee. A morning dive with Jackie Smith, I crash in the night with Cheryl, but in the end they never stay with me. I might fall from a tall building, so first medals don't get hurt. I might leave a mighty canyon, so he can't kiss and flirt. While that smooth talker's kissing my girl, I'm just kissing dirt. Yes, I'm the lonely stuntman that made a lot of cover.
I hope that went down okay and that you can hear everything. I have no idea how that sounded to you whatsoever at all. Anyway, we shall rock on with the next one whilst I go through some comments. And I'm knackered. The next one is Stickness. Stickness, you're up for an 80s challenge. There we go. But let me get my levels right, I'll be back. Okay, thank you all so very, very much for the love in the comments. That was amazing. I didn't expect that to go down anywhere near as well as it did. I shall be back in 2 minutes. Right, I'm back. Sorry about all the confusion. Sounds like a sea shanty. Fucking hell. Is it 80s? Does it sound 80s? Hot mic. Okay. One, two, 1, 2. Hostapol says, yeah, I'd say 80s game music and the rhythm have a bit of Irish traditional feel to it. Yeah, absolutely. Like, if it would it remind me of the 80s? Not some. Well, I don't know actually. Yeah, like everyone was saying, 80s game music wouldn't necessarily make me think I was back in the 80s. Quirky little track. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for the love on the track. John Alchemy says the kick was out. Well, this for me was an exercise in warping tracks to get them to actually fit. And once I'd realised I could do it, I'm like, right, I know how to do it, and I'm roughly going to do this and move on to the next track and make sure the next one's like wholly better. But yeah, I had loads of fun doing that. Absolutely loads of fun doing it. Right, next. Oh, it's Tony. I did, yeah, sorry. We are officially halfway. And says totally 80s. I'm glad that we're pleasing you, Dean. Benjamin, no, yeah, Benjamin says a little San Elmo's Fire going on here too. I remember that track. Oh, yes, Mr. Wiggly, Breakfast Club vibes. I think Tony might win on technical execution of it. Inky says it sounds too happy for the 80s. KGB says definitely the 80s, and Ted Mill agrees with Mr. Wiggly. Oh, English fella. I'm not too sure what ink dinky means. Ick dinky. I'm getting a new one soon, Ben, don't worry. Oh, is that it? Lovely. Solid 9. Nothing bad to say about that track whatsoever at all. It looks like Tony's going under the Sober Synthesist as well on YouTube, so hop over there and sub to his channel, pretty please. Okay, next up. Oh, it's point 2. The third URL admin. However, oh, brilliant.
I suppose they could be true. All about sin, they can do for you. At the risk of striking out, the risk of getting hurt, and still I have so much to learn. I know, 'cause I think about it all the time. I know.
Gaz! Gaz! Yeah, Tony, absolutely.
These days is hard to find, so please be gentle with this synth. With this synth.
Guys, you make an album of this, you'll sell a fucking billion. Yeah, this needs to go viral, Ben. That's why I put it in the chat group. Everybody post this to their pages right now. Let's get Gaz some fucking traction on this one. 7 views. Yeah! Gaz, I absolutely love you. I absolutely love you. That was absolutely fucking amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. 12 T-Cats. 12 T-Cats, all with flick knives, fucking jacked up on heroin. That was amazing, mate. That was absolutely amazing. And yeah, you spoke about this in the admin chat group earlier, and you were like, oh, my song's so gash. And like a couple of weeks ago, you're like, I'm having real trouble with it. I don't really know where I'm going. Don't really know what I should do. That, for me, is winning this whole thing. Guys, that was brilliant. That was so bad. It was excellent. Make an album of that. You will sell 1 million. I'm not joking. Oh, my Lord. Please, everybody, rush over there and tell him how good that is. That was fucking brilliant. Okay, love to everybody here. My impression of my childhood music. I was born in 1980. Hope you like the track. And this is, oh, Alexander Bear. Trouble balancing this level. John says, is everything off key on purpose? Unsure. Not sure. Yes, well, I agree. And actually, I was just saying the same thing in the admin chat group. Oh, it's not gelling with me, this one. Says it's definitely the 80s. It's just not gelling with me. Benjamin says, I agree, took a neat little ride, but to me, just a remix. AML Science says, Spirit Baba has participated in every challenge so far. Solid, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he literally, he's at the URL weekly, honestly. And he was having some issues with his tracks in the past, like mud and stuff, but he's cleaned it all up now. It sounds really nice. Just not my thing, not gelling. Inky says, 80s versus Doctor Who. You can see that. Yeah, Johnny, I love Clown Army too. They're an awesome bunch of people, and we banded together so well over this challenge. It's been really, really good. I don't think we should do weekly challenges or maybe monthly challenges, because then it will become a special event, you know? We'll see. Nice little track, fella. Didn't really make me think of the 80s though, and for some reason it just kind of passed me by. So, yeah. Okay, who this? Awesome. Here we go. Apparently this dude... Oh, no. Oh, okay. Not too much in the last 2 months, so I thought I could not do something for the challenge, but I did it. 2 hours, and it was done. Excellent. Oh yeah, Hospital. The last one was definitely deep, dark, and weird. It didn't grab me. You saw my reaction from Mau's track when that 80s sounding bass came in, and I was just like, yes, and the stabs, and I was like, that's what I want to hear. Thank you very much, Grey One. Yeah, tonight's been amazing. Tonight has been absolutely really good. And this, like, I can do the backbone of stuff, but we need other people like Eric and Gaz, who's done some drum and bass mixes from the Clown Army, and like to be involved as well. It just, you know, it makes it more interesting. You're not just, you know, you are watching me. I would like to get Eric in to host as well some of these. We may need to get a StreamYard to do it though. We'll see. Reminds me of Tony Duncan's track, if I'm honest. Little. To see you. Maybe Gaz should do a drum and bass challenge. We already know he's really good at hosting shows, so literally maybe Gaz could do one as well. Gaz, you up for that? I can do it in ABS. How? Inky, if you could talk to Eric about that, and then we'll get that running. Yeah, I thought I needed StreamYard as well. Yeah, definitely Miami Vice vibe on this one. Power fade out at the end. No! No! Really like that one. Beautiful, moved along nicely. I like nice tones, it seems. Yeah, it's the 80s. You gotta have a fade. Absolutely, Mr. Wiggly. You're 100% correct on that one. Fucking power fade out. Jesus Christ. It is the 80s, and maybe that's where I get my hatred of it from. Anyway, that was beautiful. Going to give that one 8.5. Lovely, lovely, lovely sounds on there. It's going to be really, really difficult to pick a winner out of the 48 some entries we've got going on in here. Honestly, just ridiculous. So awesome, thank you so much for your contribution. If you did that in 2 hours quite recently, that was really, really well done. Okay, all right, okay.
1, 2. So, 80's challenge.
Oh.
First, thanks Eric for organising the challenges, and Mark for the weekly shows and playing my tracks in them. So personally, in the late 80s, I was listening to the Big Four and Maiden and rock and thrash, etc. I could have just done one of those styles, but I feel they don't really identify as a specific decade, so I decided on some synth pop. So starting with the drums, and this is my naive observation, as I don't really listen to synth pop, there seems to be a sense of naivety and experimentation to the drums. The 80s seem to have a simple but catchy pattern, similar to a preset on a Bonnie Tempo kids keyboard.
Mate, I'm not, honestly, well done. I might have to skip a little bit though, just because of time's sake. I'd like to run it all.
Create interesting patterns, but also a basic, unchanging pattern that sometimes seems to be just a backing track and an afterthought to the rest of the song. So I used to play drums, so I tried to take a more reserved approach to programming. I kept a basic 1-2 with a snare and kick, with a little variation on the hats, and some snare rolls to denote the end of the refrains. As I developed the song though, I included some extra rolls to help them move along. So, type of drum machine. I could have just gone with a classic 808, but I chose a TR 505 in the end. Because for
great
me,
vid. The
80s.
I'm glad not too many people did this, because Christ Almighty, if you'd all done vids, we'd never be able to go through it.
14-inch rack tom. And they also seem to have the snares high in the mix with fast reverb, which seems to lead the songs rather than the kick leading the song.
No, Dom has not been paid, thank you.
The St. Anger album that I hear was recorded with just a snare, drum, and 2 guitars. Wah, wah. Alberton comes with classics already mapped to a drum rack, so you can just drop it in a track and start tweaking and that. Obviously, they're sampled and not oscillator based, I believe, like the TR5s are. So here's drum sounds. For the bass, I felt the 80s had a type of flappy acid bass sound, but probably more from a synth rather than an acid box. So I chose a Moog sound on my bass station VST.
Eric forgot to mention that we'd like to see how you made the track, and I'm glad he did now, because we've got fucking billions of thingies in this. But again, this brings us closer to Alien Probe.
I didn't want to hunt.
You know, we can hear his voice, we can see how he does things, you know, how descriptive he is. It gives us more of a look at him.
Basic chords and structures were already there.
But he does tell me it's 8 minutes long, so I am going to just...
Within yourself, like learning the track, 80's track.
Let's go. Loving it already. Vocals, fella. This has got Mad Dobbs written all over it, mate. On those vocals, and this would be a fucking 9 track. Oh, it's one of the thrash metal tracks converted. Oh yeah. Todd says, Alien Pro, where can I hear some of your thrash metal tracks? New shout out going up Monday. Make sure you got a thrash metal track in, please. Bob says, I like the foundation of the track, but the song is not my cuppa. Absolutely, but does it remind you of the 80's? 100%. Who was talking about releasing an album? I've just had a fucking stunning idea. Let's release these as an album. So. That was fucking final countdown now. Lovely, I like 808 on this one. Yeah, a Bandcamp release, absolutely that. The URL does the 80's. What there, 50 tracks, 48, 50 tracks in the thread? Yes, and another power fade out. Fuck me, I hate power fade outs. Lovely track, 808 on that one, perfect. Vocals need a little bit of a tweak into them. They sounded a little bit raw and naive, but I guess, you know, that's kind of what the 80s were anyway, you know, people who didn't really have the greatest of voices singing and no auto-tune, you know, so you had to fucking balls out on stage. Excellent track, mate, absolutely excellent track. I think I should probably give you a bit more than 808, really. Okay, that was no, was that? No, that was you. Right, okay. I hate the way that this is popular. Oh, I think everybody's waiting for this one. Okay, the man that is Mr. Wiggly is now up. So strap in. If anyone was going to make it a track to rival the 80s, it's going to be Dom, right? He was releasing all over that time, played in bands with George Michael, Boy George, you know, Remix De La Soul. This man has credentials coming out of every orifice of his body. So, and also does a weekly interview show on Sunday on YouTube. You can catch him on his Mr. Wiggly channel. Enough plugs. We like Mr. Wiggly. Here's his track. Dressed for the part, Mr. Wiggly, dressed for the part. Let's release this as an album, please. Everybody involved in tonight's show, please, 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 let's release this as an album.
Hands held in silence, up to the sky. We're praying for guidance, higher and higher and higher and higher we fly. Sometimes I feel
Corey's just popped in and says, hello amazing artists, next Monday is the 1 year anniversary of PBMTV. Excellent, thank you Fireflake. Yes, the light, quality assured every fucking time. Great one, says chuckling and swaying, absolutely. If you'd have told me back in the 80s, 90s that the guy playing for Boy George on stage would one day be putting in tracks for a review show that I run, and Eric Lewin from Florida would be involved in it, I'd be like, what? Here it is. Bob says, to dress like that, you really have to not give a shit. That's awesome. I think Mr. Wiggly's very comfortable in his own sexuality and his own skin. I don't think he has anything to prove to absolutely anybody, and I think he likes making music. That's it. That's exactly what I think of that subject. Oh yeah, Corey, I can do your DJ set if you want, mate. Next Monday. This is really fucking polished. What kind of style do you want from me, Corey? Tell me I can mix chart crap for 2 hours. Yes, Synthwave. I didn't realise Harley Quinn was going to be in my show. She's graced us with her presence. Harley, your track 909, simply polished, simply beautiful, got a lovely feel to it, you know. But we like Mr. Wiggly. We like Mr. Wiggly. Go over to his channel, tell him you like him. Watch him on a Sunday. Right, there we are. Oh God! The show just gets stronger and stronger. Charlie the Ryan up next. You got to catch these links properly if you get that. There we go. If you get the space in, it doesn't open them. That was awesome, Mr. Wiggly. Thank you so much.
Family, the Auburns all have individual.
There we go. Okay, you just want something completely acid clean. I can do that. Mr. Wiggly says, thank you kindly. No, thank you kindly for your contribution to the show. I want to thank Eric kindly for coming up with the idea of doing this. I want to thank the admin, URL admin group for being awesome people in there when we need to chat about things. I want to thank everybody in the comments section for commenting and liking. I want to thank all the fucking producers for putting it in, because Jesus Christ, what a show it's been already, and we still have about 20 tracks to go, which is insane. I'm hoping it's a little less than that now. Quiet, Charlie. There it is. On a 4-minute track, a 1:03 intro. No need. John, no, don't do that. Next challenge should be Mimic Mark. No, God, don't do that. Yeah, this track is well racist. No worries, Bob. Catch you in a bit. Let's go. Get more 80s now. The 80s wants to sound like this. A little bit of slap bass in that. This is Charlie Ryan. I think it's his blocks chain. Yeah, it's his. Oh, am I not? Am I not sub to his blocks chain? Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is Charlie Ryan under his blocks chain. Yeah, John Alchemy Degenerate, but under his blocks chain. Lovely Charlie Ryan stuff. He's got such a signature sound. Such a signature sound. Ah, Alan in the building. Took you long enough, Alan. Adrian says, the echoey Let's Go sounds very Release the Pressure by Left Field. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very Charlie. Again, it's what the 80s wanted to sound like, you know, if they had the production values, and it's just too crisp, too clean. You know, the 80s would have loved to have sounded like that. Awesome track. Get Off. Awesome track by Charlie Ryan. Absolutely. Gonna give it a solid 9. Yeah, not massively 80s. Had hints, but very Charlie Ryan. Smash that like button, y'all. Do this. Actually, kind of reminds me of Zeke Sputnik. When were they around? Yep, 86. Yep. Yeah, late 80s. Yep. The corner store has gone away. The superstore is here to this reminds me of the Web. They played for Clownfest on Jim's Day, last Clownfest. Was it last Clownfest? I can't remember. Yeah, right, but absolutely lots of variety back there. KGB, I kind of agree with you. That's awesome, but it's got just a little bit too much of a modern sound for 80s. Just. It's lovely though. I really like it. Brian says, I'm guessing the Disposable Heroes of Hypocrisy, love them by the way, would have loved it, but that's early 90s, yeah. Like I say, it reminds me of ZZ Sputnik, so, you know. Like it. And I think that is the first they have put into the show. Okay, so it was kind of reminiscent of the 80s, sort of punkish in the 80s with drum machines and stuff. It's like something from back in that day got remastered and given a new lease of life. And this is what it would sound like. But yeah, I can see some 80s in that one. Regardless, I'm giving this a 9. I absolutely loved it. Okay, moving to A1. You're up next.
You kicked off your study session.
No, we didn't do any of that. Okay, movement 81, you're up to bat. With your modularness, how 80s can you make your modular sound? MPC1, bunch of modular, looks like a Behringer. Oh no, it's a drum brute.
It's 1986.
Again, M81, are you happy for this to be released on an album, Bandcamp album? And then share the profit between all 50 of us there? Probably get £1 each. Lucy, it was a pleasure to have you on board, my love. She says going to duck out. It's been lovely. See you all. No problem. Excellent. Movement 81 are on board for an album. Brilliant. Seems I like beautiful tones. This is lush. Ollie G's just turned up. How's it going? Mate, you've missed some fucking amazing stuff. She says, yeah, I had a little unplanned power nap. I love those. Check it out, he's actually playing that in live, or was. Gonna give it licking a 9. It's nice, it's a bit nice, too nice for me. You know, floaty, beautiful, lovely. As Dynamic says though, delicious 80s tones and arps. Yeah, bonus points for live as well, and modular. I like how they both got their stations, you know, they both know exactly what they're doing within where they're going, you know, nobody's kind of reaching over and go, oh no, this one now, you know, they've got it locked in. Morgan says, okay, now I'm on my own. Mates have fucked off and left me in a wankered state. Beautiful. 1986. Yeah, gonna give you licking a 9. It's beautiful. It's a little bit too beautiful for me. And another fade out. In your bloody fade out. Lovely, lovely, lovely track, my duo. lovely track. Beautiful. It's you know, again, you've got your style, and that kind of sits very well within your style. You know, you could open a set with that, no problems. Did make me think of the 80s, but again, marking that one on how nice it sounded. You know, I've got my tip for the top for the winners, and I think I know I'm going to vote for, but it's going to have to be like 4 people. I swear I followed you before. Anyway, Fireflake. Alright, I'm stay there.
He is a cop and a skater, bum rider and his goofy sidekick, Tom, fighting crimes when the sun goes down. To keep the city clean, they go all in. Never hesitate to grind some bums.
That reminds me of AC/DC, really? Awesome says, off to bed, summer flu is hitting again. We'll listen and vote next few days. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I think this has got an 80s feel for me as well.
Want him dead. He is a cop and a skater, bum rider and his goofy sidekick, Tom. Fighting crimes when the sun
yeah,
goes
Corey,
down.
you're absolutely right. This is such an amazing talented group. I'm so glad to have found you all. I hope you can all bring in many, many more listeners and viewers to your unique channel. Heart you, Perry, the Ass Clown, no problem. Love to switch up, love to switch up. Oh, I don't want to go finish my coffee, but I gotta.
Meanwhile, at the strip club.
Yeah, the switch was lovely. Like really, really good. Again, I'm going to give that one licking a 9.
Rider 2000.
Love it, mate. Absolutely beautiful track. Yeah, the switch really worked in there. Paul Flanger says, but I have to say also, Mark, that today's show was really good. Yeah, it really, really is. Today's show's been absolutely amazing. The Clown Army have really banded together over this, and it's been absolutely beautiful to see. Hold up. I know we've had the challenge open for 2 months, but to see 50 tracks in the thread is fucking insanely good. And the response has been amazing. The tracks have just been shut up, and the tracks have been awesome all night. I think we've got about 12, 14 left, so maybe an hour if you're not all massively long tracks. Did I put a number on that one? Licking a 9.
The kind of go to leave you breathless. My rhymes sounded like they're bling on a necklace. So accept and respect this, cause you can never ever reject this. I got more flows and flavors than Nesquik. And when I find out who took my phone, you get thrown at the exit. Cause I'm the kind of girl that you don't wanna mess with. You say you can flow, well let's test it. Testing, well I'm so strong. Maybe it's because I've lived hard for so long. And everything that would or could have has gone wrong. So now we'll look at it as life can only move on. Forget your chit chat, I'ma make it. And there's nothing you can do that can shatter nor break it. Cause I've got the power inside of me to get all your negativity and then replace it.
Will, who's the vocal? the track, spot on. The vocals over the top needed the
return of the best. Say my name, it's Roxanne. More bouncing my flow than shocks, man. Compare me to the rest of our box, man. Cause
she's not on.
I'm like a locksman opening doors. I'm elevating to the top floors. I work hard like a slave doing chores. Speaking my mind on the beat, no laws. I'm the master. You're quick, but I move much faster. My tracks penetrate walls like Casper. And through the pain and through the wall for the plaster. And after it like a natural disaster. Peace and love like a dreadlock rasta. I don't do pop, but I got the X factor. I repeat, I'm the master.
H-Lay says maybe put the Clownfest songs individually in a playlist. The Clownfest songs individually in a playlist. You mean the thread for the shout out? This one here, where all the tracks can be found? Over on the yeah, Danny, absolutely. So many great tracks, even the ones that don't sound like the 80s.
Yeah, I'm gonna say my name and you can say it with honor. So you should run and go and call your mama. Say it with honor. Leave your speakers bleeding, yeah, I'm gonna say my name and you can say it with honor.
Tim Mill says, you know what, it's what the 80s needed. Yeah, the track underneath is solid. The vocals over the top are a little bit they stick out a little bit rather than fit in. Yeah, vocals just need tying in a little bit. I don't know what software you're using, Will, but again, that was literally what I was doing with my tracks. It was a lesson in warping tracks. I've never really warped anything with any success and got it sounding anywhere near good. I know John said the drums right. It wasn't the drums. It was the wabs that I was using that I'd tried to warp into place. So that was the thing that was out on there. And I you know, if you use an Ableton, it's fairly easy to do it, but you have to, you know, get the hang of it, which is like the same with anything really. You know, like I say, I'd never really done anything with any clarity that really sounded good, and you know, I might tidy it up actually if we're gonna release an album on it as well. So, Will, I'm gonna give you like licking an 8 for the track, and say that for the music, and say that the vocals need a touch of work doing to it. But never be afraid to put a song in, mate. I'm never gonna fucking tell you it's awful at all. Oh, same one. I think he said he made that in Cubase. Yeah, a few hours in Cubase. Yeah, I think Ableton's got better warping facilities. No advert? Straight in there. Pray for Rain 3, Positive Change. Will says agree, made too quickly. Possibly. We've all done it, mate. I mean, I didn't spend much more than 4 hours trying to warp all those. 4 hours. Yeah, Ableton Warp is kind of superior. Paul Flancher says, I'm very tired, love to you all here, but keep going. Thank you very much, Paul. See you in a bit. Yeah, the music was solid, the vocals just needed a little tying in, and if you were going for 80s, I might have picked you know, something a little bit more iconic from the 80s. Yeah, Eric's got a cold. Bite, Paul. Bill says, might look up 80s Xmas Warboys video for nostalgia. Okay, now it's 80s, Oh, it's 0.2 off. And nowhere shines but desolate and dry. The hours spent on killing time sing, absolutely. Sister Mercy, I agree with. Oh, okay, Gasm is off. Catch you later, Gaz. Is it a cover song? Of who?
You fractured me, hands on me, a touch so plain, so still it kills you. Strangle me, entangle me in hopelessness.
KGB says very nice, very nice. I've got many friends that would adore this stuff.
I live in dirt, and nowhere close but drearily.
6 years ago! Again, clearly not made for the 80s challenge, but he believes that it has some resemblance to it, and I think we're all in agreement that it does. Oh no. That's very depressing.
Waiting for the
shoegazing days. Yeah, I kind of Joy Division-ish. I'm really not a fan of The Cure. I mean, I can appreciate them. But yeah, more Sisters of Mercy vibe on this one. Very, very good. Gonna give it an 8.5, I think. It's gonna be so tough picking a winner out of this. Apparently it was a cover. I'm not too sure if we nailed that down to being the truth or not, but I really, really liked it. Yeah, good track. A little bit moody and gothy for me, but yeah, it certainly made me think of the shoegazing days. So did its job. Oh, Janice is 2 away. She's still in the building. Hostapole. Give us a kick. There we go. Apparently it is a cover. Who did we tie it down to being the cover of? I must have missed that. The synth sounds naive enough to be from the 80s. was the Cure cover. Ah, okay. Yeah, not a massive fan of the Cure. Good to see a cover in there, though. Good to see a cover in there. Oh, sorry now, Dobbs. Oh, that's Jack. First, I'm just going to turn it out. Is Matt Dobbs in the building? I see Morgan Juniper slacking him off. I think Morgan Juniper's had one too many shandies. This should make for the rest of the evening to be fun. Like, this is going to sound really weird, but it's got a Christmas vibe to it. Does that make sense? Ah, brilliant. So yes, he is in the building. Just reminds me of Christmas. It's happy and it's jolly. Alright, well, we'll download that later because that's Dobbs. For my Buy Me a Coffee, if you want to sponsor the URL, that is the place to do it. None of the goodies are available from that pink diamond. I will be launching a new one fairly soon. I'm literally, hold on. Here is the last campaign. It's about to be sent out. So anyone who bought the relevant tiers for that on the Buy Me a Coffee will get that soon. I am going to start a new one soon where goodies will be available. T-shirts, signed pictures again, prints. I can't even make out what synth is making that noise. Oh, Adrian says, golden hour of the future, Human League vibes to this, but then with acid house over the top. Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it sounded really Christmassy to me, fun, bouncy. Didn't really remind me of the 80s, reminded me of Christmas. So I don't know how I'm supposed to score this one. Maybe I'll score it on how much I enjoyed it. 8.5. Great track. Okay, so the Dobbs is up next. The Light. Oh, what a 6-minute track. Oh, it's unlisted. Ooh. Great one. Happy to, mate. Happy to. Whereabouts in the world are you? Dobbs, where'd you steal the vote? Oh, I suppose it's up on YouTube and there's no copyright issues.
We crossed the line. We both said things you shouldn't say.
I know I asked you a question to them, Matt, but then I thought of something and my memory completely forgot the question I asked. What was the question?
And after all this time, we can't throw it away.
Oh, right, I see the joke now.
No matter what you say, I'll always want to stay.
Oh, Redfield, Barton Hill, not too far away at all then.
We can't throw it away. No matter
Darren Cole back in the building?
say, I'll always want to stay.
Synthetic wants a Clownfest polo shirt for work. Yeah, that can possibly be arranged. The guy who was doing my merch is now gone into politics, so he hasn't got as much time. I'm going to see if I can get the passcodes off of him and see if we can move things on. Yeah, is Darren in the building? Ah, yes, Eastthre. E-Z-T-H-R-E. Eastthre. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. This is Robert Palmer saying, yeah, anything Matt Dobbs touches sounds like the 80s, like massively in the 80s. Just, again, it's another 9-track, you know, Matt all day long.
We crossed the line.
Yeah, gone into politics over on the Isle of Man. Or is it White? One of the two. I'm glad you put it on YouTube, Matt, and put a video with it. I've no idea where you got the blah, blah, video from, but I hope it doesn't trigger any fucking copyright strikes.
And after all this time, we can't throw it away. No matter what you say, I'll always want to stay. And after all this time, we can't throw it away. No matter what you say, I'll always want to stay.
Donington nailed it and hung it on my wall. Absolutely. Smooth. Darren, no. I was going to play your track next. Tap me up when you're back. This is the Light, who's finally got his fucking act together and started putting things on YouTube. I did just I sent the link. I probably should have done that. Oh dear. I hope your daughter's not watching, Darren. Morgan Juniper. Well, I expected a blowjob and it led to pregnancy, and 19 years later I'm a taxi. Burn. Matt, are you willing to put this on an album? beautiful in this part. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Matt says, this isn't quite finished and will be out soon. So we, out soon as in, you've got a label for it? Or can we nab it for this one? Yeah, let me know when you're back, Darren. I'll play a track. Yes to the album. Excellent. Yeah, Danny says, this isn't quite finished, honestly. Like, go and take a walk through some of the lights stuff that is on my YouTube. I don't know if he's got too much on his own YouTube at the moment. Let's see what he does have. Oh, he's got a few. Oh, yeah, he's got loads. Oh, brilliant, Matt. That's lovely to see. Oh, you were excellent. That's lovely to see. So, yeah, hop on over to, like, all the tracks sound like that. So if you like that one, you're going to like fucking all of them. And there is a link to the Matthew Dubbington's page as the light. Right, so I was going to play Darren Cole's track next, but he is not in the building, so I can't do that. So it's Jen. This is the fourth and final URL admin crew member. Oh, why did you start there? Go back. There you go. Darren Cole never left the building. So we'll play his next. By the way, thank you all for staying up this late. I appreciate it. It's 11 o'clock in England. It's 12 o'clock in most of Europe. And it's like, I don't know, 4 in the afternoon in some places in America. And probably about 7 in the morning for Gaz over in Australia. Before we go any further, it's an awesome pleasure to know Jennifer Stevenson. She is a wonderful human being. We have spent 3 festivals together now, and we will be meeting up again in York for Horse Fest. And I'm sure we'll see each other again this year. She underrates herself so much. The stuff that is coming out of her Deluge and her Ableton at the moment is absolutely stunning. It is an absolute pleasure to know this person and to watch her musical career grow and grow and grow. And this honestly, she's getting so much better. Enjoy. Alright, now I'm going to play Darren Cole next. Weak Crashers is next. Oh yeah, it is you. But I'm going to play Darren after this. Great one says, I feel like I should be moving my body a lot more than I am. Absolutely, it's a great track. Will says, don't know Jen, but she is awesome. She absolutely is. I shared the back of her van at Bearded. I shared her bell tent at Landed. And I shared the experience of Good Intense Festival with her. It was lovely. clean. Sounds so good. Oh, is that it? Oh my lord, that's it. That was over too quickly. Jen, lovely track. 9s all the way, 9 point something on that, honestly. Like, yes, it was made in the 80s, but for me, if you say something in the 80s, I'm looking for like Knight Rider theme and shit like that, you know. So it didn't make me necessarily think of the 80s, but that's probably because I wasn't dancing around then. I know it was released then, but it was a fucking storming track. It really, really is. So yeah, Jen, top marks on that one. Like literally 9.9. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Anyway, Darren Cole up next. The admin crew can't win. Oh, Darren. Okay, we're coming, it's coming. There it is. Yeah, Jen, that was absolutely awesome. Oh, Bill, what did you think of my track? Yeah, Jen, same for me. I don't really like the 80s music. Like mine was a walk through my childhood as the in the 80s, you know. Brilliant, Bill says, I enjoyed it in the end, hated myself for it. Excellent. And I did not realise that Stacker Humanoid became Future Sound of London, so school days every day. Yeah, Darren, even though it's short, we'll take it for the album, mate, if you want to make it a touch longer. Sounds like the 80s to me. Haven't been bumped, fella. You're just playing next. Yep, that was Darren Cole. We haven't seen him around at the URL for a little while. You have not been bumped, my man. I would never bump anybody from a show. If I missed you from a show, it's... Ooh, fucking hell. Whoa, hold on. Whoa, that's some serious bass. If I missed you from a show, it's because I've literally not noticed that you were there or flashed past you or something, and it's been my mistake. Literally point that out to me on the night and it will all be sorted out. One guy, I left for a piss, and came back and gave his track a 7, and he held a grudge for like fucking, I don't know, about a year and a half. It was ridiculous. And then it all came to a head one time when I commented on his post, and he was like, fuck you. And I'm like, hey, what the fuck have I done? And he was like, you took a piss whilst my track was playing. I'm like, well, why didn't you say something about it there and then? We could have fucking fixed it. Anyway, Search and Rescue, Wake Crashers. Loving this already, like loving it already. Fucking loud and crisp. The snare just screams 80s. honestly don't know how I'm going to pick a winner out of this. I really don't. Or a favourite, not rather a winner, a favourite. So sorry I have to go, settle the puppy, we'll catch the last acts on a replay. Thanks Mark and everyone, no problem Don, thank you for joining us this evening and your contribution. Dude. I haven't even got involved in a review yet on this. Give us a minute and I will. I get the feeling this is your first track into anything we've ever done. Is this correct? Did somebody say sell a puppy? I've got a puppy for sale. Anybody want my puppy? Don't care. Anyone want my puppy? Absolutely, liking the more full vibe, defo 80s, absolutely. I might have ended it somewhere around there, unless you're going to do something really dramatic here. It's a bit long. Greg One says you could change the dog's name to Teabag just for the stream. Love it. Is Rabbit Bat off? I guess they were all about epic anthems back in that day as well, so it works. It's just a bit long, isn't it? You can see all the blue suits, t-shirts, elbow shrug, shoulder pads, snorting coke. John Alchemy says Oberheim. I had no B12 was the first keyboard I actually bought myself, and it was lovely, the noises were amazing, but it sounded so fucking mournful, it was like wading through mud. I swapped it for the microcord. What a fool! I swear I've still got a fucking hair in my mouth. Damn doll! Thank you very much, Benjamin. Yeah, I definitely need a better, somewhere I can do this. Well, it looks like we're going to get a power fade. There's no power fade? It looks like a power fade. Oh, 24-hour channel with clown content. Whoa, Jesus Christ, man. That would kill me. Although it'd be funny as fuck, wouldn't it? Anyway, yeah, I think that's coming. I just need some money injected in, and a proper place to do it from. That would be lovely. Anyway, track 9 something easily. A little bit too long, but it, like Jen said, it finished beautifully. It really, really did. Lovely track. Welcome to the show. Wake Crashers. Well, is this the first thing you've put in? I asked that question earlier. I just didn't see it. I think we're here. Yep, no-headed chicken. Yep. Oh, does this look happy? Again, if you fancy doing a studio tour for Clownfest 9, please tap me up on Facebook. I'm not actually too sure who you are on Facebook. I know the name No-Headed Chicken. Thank you very much, Corey. He says we want to make Pierrot the S Clown one of the biggest names on our network. That would be awesome. I need to pull my finger out and start doing shit. You from your studio as well. I know your name. You've been around a lot in the group. I can't picture who you are in the Facebook world. That's how you're spelling it. 80's Mind Control from Sesame Street. Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that. Thank you very much, Corey. You're doing a lot, Pierrot. I'm not. Maybe I am. I don't know. I don't see it. Anyway, just doing my job. You keep being you, and the pieces will fall into place as they are supposed to. I truly hope so. Yep, Synthwave, I've got you down for one, don't you worry. I'm going to open those chat groups on Friday, and I'm looking for about 20 artists. So if you know anybody who connected with or through Hardware Jams, Clown Army, Daughter's Jamming, blah, 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 and they want to show us around their studios, please let me know. Mind Control from Sesame Street. Beautiful. Thank you, Ben. It's happening, and it's the most organic, beautiful thing I've laid witness to. Thank you. You know, I try and keep us all on track. You know, I can steer the ship. It's nice. It's nice if you know, other people want to come along and just steer the ship for a little bit as well. You know, like Eric's doing tonight. I'd like him to host. That would be awesome. 80's families gathering on acid. This reminds me more 70s. Sort of the acid days, like literally the acid days. Ben says it's nice to see you be able to let go, and this happens. The community is worth more than the individuals. You know, the community is the most important thing. We all help each other. We all band together. We all lift each other up. You know, we all give constructive criticism. Never take the piss. No. Mimic Mark challenge. Do it, Eric. No. So yeah, I'd say that was more like experimental 70s stuff than 80s stuff. But good track nonetheless. I'm not gonna give it a score. I'm gonna say it sounded a little bit more 80s to me. Okay, hold on. Let me just. No, that was. Okay, no, it's not. Who's this? Oh, this is Synthetic. Synthetic, you're up. Adrian says, how can I speak to you about Weight Crashers being on the album? That track was something we'd done for the spur of the moment thing. It may be that you announced the 80s theme. We had to get it on. Absolutely. Okay, so tap me up on Facebook if you can. Are you on Facebook? Thank you very much, Bill. Tap me up on Facebook as Pierrot the Acid Clown, or we can kind of communicate on through YouTube, just on the messages under your videos and stuff, I guess. I'm just going to put them all up, I think, all 50. Or all of the 50 that want to take part, that is, or can take part, or are happy to take part. You know, if you can't take part, that's fine. I'm not gonna, you know. Yeah, Bill says about investing in Bitcoin back in 2002. What if we all bought shares in Apple back in fucking 85? There was words to this. Hey, Synthetic Tear, sorry, had rendering issues. 80s tune challenge, horror wave. I was getting a horror vibe from it. Kind of like it. Ben says, can we buy shares in Clown Army? Talk to Alan Crawford about that. He'd probably be better than me. But like, sure, I guess. Like I say, if you want to sponsor the URL, I don't like pushing this, but other artists have said to me, look, you know, if people are happy to donate, then they're happy to donate, and you should be grateful and thankful. And I'm mostly grateful and thankful. But there is a place that I've just put in the links where you can sponsor the URL. I need to get a few things. Better camera here, better mics. I've got some cash in the bank so far, so. No, not so much Alan Sugar Crawford, but more Alan would know how to go about that. No, I never profit from anybody's music. I don't even profit from my own music. Ben was talking about could we buy shares in the Clown Army? I don't even know how that would work. I do have some income from, like, the Buy Me a Coffee is good, the Patreon's good. I have had some money from some for some releases, not much, you know, but there is a little trickle coming in, yeah. Absolutely. The time you spend, if you divided up donations, not a great paying job. No, absolutely not a great paying job. But I have a part-time job to pay the bills, and just as long as I can pay the bills and do this, then everything's all good. I was literally just starting to get good money for gigs before lockdown hit, and then lockdown hit, and I haven't really pushed the beast for a little while, but this was my plan. I knew it was going to be 3 or so years before things get back to normal, so I set aside these 3 years to just focus on other things, and at the end of this year I'm going to really start pushing that. Actually, I've got a gig soon. There we go. Oh, Ben. That reminds me of the hard-working Hardleys from In Living Colour. That's hilarious. Touch Long, I dug it, or digged it. I liked it. Horrorwave, yeah, Horrorwave. Could have easily been in a B movie from the 80s comfortably. Gonna give it licking an 8 or an 8. I think I should give it an 8. Yeah, I'll definitely give it an 8. Yeah, moody Horrorwave, 80s-ish. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I'm gonna give it licking an 8. So yeah, I got a gig. Shameless plug. Me and Sapro and Street House Mafia are playing in Glastonbury, the Assembly Rooms on the 10th of September, which is 2 days after my birthday. So if anybody is around Glastonbury and wants to get to the Assembly Rooms of Glastonbury on the 10th of September between the 8 p.m. and 1 a.m., and it will be a £5 note on the door. I will be shouting about this one a little bit, and I have to write something for this. So I got a month to do that. Woohoo! All right, next. There we go. Ooh, Mr. Alexander. Jen says I'll drive up and annoy you. Do it, Jen, do it. Nice acid feel to it. Adrian says that synth attack is a bit tight. It's nice to get feedback, man. Nice to get feedback. Dynamics says nice tune. So Dynamics, what did we think about selling shares? Could we get shares in? That for me is quintessentially 80s. That one. I'll do it again. Typically 80s, like literally. says, in clown currency, there are 100 towelies in a towel. Love it. I mean, I'm willing to do all kinds of crazy shit. I thought that would kind of happen for my Patreon as well. I was like, you know, like jackassy kind of stuff. You know, set me up things to do, and if I reach X amount on my patrons this month, I'll do it. You know, that kind of stupid stuff. You know. You could be my boss. Welcome to the show, Mr. Alexander. Welcome to the show. And a fade out. Yeah, baby, it is fade out. Extra point for the fade out, so let's give that one 8.3. Lovely track, my man. Definitely very 80s. Oh, no, there. Good to see a new face. Oh, no, it does this because I haven't done something right. Ah. Ah. And you've all seen I've tried to do that, and it's... let's try that. No. Oh, dang. Da-da-dang, dang. That is disappointing. 80 shot by MJ Hellraiser. Apparently this was made today. Nice organic kit, Morgan. Rabbit Bat, is that you? No, can you link me up on Facebook? Actually, I could probably do it here. Yeah, check the link there. I think we're in the dad rock realm right now. Hello, Padgeroo. She's been picked up, so we've got a dog and a cat this evening. She hates being picked up. Loves teasing the dog. It's really weird. Brilliant. Thank you, Rabbit Bat. Don't give it a rest, mate. Maybe 70s, 70s prog rockish. I guess you would have heard this kind of stuff in the 80s as well, but this makes me go a little bit too far back. Oh, that's the end of that. What's everybody saying? Okay. Oh, yes, got the thing, fella. KGB Studios. That's pretty awesome. But that awesome part ain't so much 80s. But again, Benjamin says, but again, I really, really like this, bizarrely, as that might sound. David, I can't pronounce that last name, has just joined us, so how's it going? Yes, Jen, I was thinking that myself. There's a lot of people here, still here for 4 hours. Honestly, you trooper, motherfuckers. Clown Army are amazing. We are literally into about the last 6 tracks. Morgan liked it. 80s-ish, not massively 80s. Gonna give it a solid 8. Enjoyed it though, very much enjoyed it. Oh, hold on, we gotta go over here for that. There we go. And here's a rabbit bat.
I tell you what.
No, you will not tell me anything. Go, 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 rabbit bat. Yes, Bill, absolutely. There's a lot of 70s stuff in the early 80s stuff, absolutely. But for me, it just sounded a little bit further back. It's good, though. Yes. One page on one page. I can see the end of the show. I hope Dean Daughters is not watching. Oh, you finally calmed down, doggo.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I?
Wouldn't be right to do an 80s show without something like this.
7 seas, everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you.
We don't have the stems for it, mate.
Want to be abused.
Yeah, it's definitely a Rammstein cover of Sweet Dreams. Loving it. If only you'd sang it in German.
Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused.
Exactly, Eric. So your Joe will be scary as fuck.
Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on.
Bill says, my granny said if it wasn't for the Churchill, we'd be speaking German. The Americans have a different view on that, I'm sure. No way! Dean Daughters likes it! No way! Rich Lambo says that was a ballsy cover, total respect. Yeah, you've done it well, done it justice.
Want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be.
Yeah, KGB, that can absolutely happen in here as well. He says not quite Marilyn Manson, as that you mentioned. I expect sudden guitars and distorted vocals turn up. Yeah, absolutely, so did I. Not taking anything from it. 9.6. It's hard. Honestly, it's hard to make a fucking.
I travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something.
See, Heath says this track. I said it correct once, so can't do it again. This track can't be covered because you losing it always. You know what? Elaborate on that one a little bit. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Loving it. Loving it. Loving it. Nice switch at the end. Yeah, KGB, absolutely. It's like some other ones that were 90s covers of 80s songs, kind of. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Love it though, absolutely love it. 9.6, I gave it, I'm sure.
Hold your head up, move it on. Keep your head up, move it on. Hold your head up, move it on. Keep your head up, move it on. Hold your head up, move it on. Keep your head up, move it on. Hold your head up, move it on. Keep your head up.
Well, surely going to be a contender for favourite of the show. That one. I can't remember who said it now. Somebody said it was a ballsy move, and you're correct. It was a ballsy move. I think we had a Sweet Dreams remix not very long back, and it was very close to the original. And we all were kind of like, not really liking that. So it's a ballsy move to do that. And even Dean Daughter's like that. So yeah, awesome track. Where are we? I am losing the will to live. Who's this? Oakley Dokley? Psychobilly demo by who? Ah! Oh, it's Bill! Let's try that again. Couldn't see. That.
Face is all you need to know me from. It's like they say, good for good. You are what you pretend to. Wake
So
up
glad somebody put in some punk.
They don't have to know.
Oh, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit.
Get that body
up.
Move it like Holly. Get that feeling. You don't have to know. They don't have to know. It's on your face. That life is strange. You gotta be contortionist up on the stage. Let's wash away. Overflow this crater. Wake up. Wake up. You have to wake up to the light.
Yeah, KGB, we like music here, we like a bit of punk here.
You won't break my fall. 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 Fuck you,
yeah, Rabbit Bat, definitely not enough punk tonight. I thought there would have been more. You know, it just shows where you know, most of us were, I guess. No problem, Synthetic. Thank you very much for staying up as long as you did. It was a pleasure to have you and your contribution to tonight's show. Like I say, we're going to make this an album, I think. Yeah, absolutely. But that's a real fucking punk spirit. I do a song whenever I have a message to say. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, gonna give it a 9.5 for being like a proper punk tune. Yeah, that one. You know, somebody said this is the second punk one we had tonight, but I feel like this is like the you know, the more authentic punk sound. Punkin? No! Who is that? What the fucking hell is this? There are rules. There should be rules. Okay, this is Michael Bath. KGB says the other was total more sophisticated and I loved it. Different flavours, absolutely. And I'm just amazed there's real punk contribution. So mine. It's good. Good to see. track that looks pretty long. It might be 8 minutes. Feels like it might be a little bit too long. Doesn't look like there's going to be a break in that. We'll see where it goes. You've given us a lot at the start. Who is... I can't... Oh, Sacro, excellent. Yes! That's it! No more fucking tracks! Michael Gray himself there says it's a bit long, skip it. It is, fella. That was the only thing about it. There was no break in there. It was just relentless. And like I say, you gave it us at the beginning, and it just kind of rolled on all the way through the track. A little bit long, fella. A little bit long. Gonna give you a 707 on that one, my man. Okay. So no, we're not going there. We're going here. There we go, because we're gonna do them in order. Oh my God, do you know how happy I am to see a track from this fella in the thread. Not only is the track from this fella in the thread, PRF, and I've forgotten who he was because we hadn't seen him for months at the show, yet he talks to me very regularly on Facebook, calls me a dick all the time. It's awesome. And it is Rich Lambo, and yeah, I can't, dude, your tracks rock. And like, everybody knows that I hate psytrance, and he particularly makes psytrance. It's like, yeah, but you're not appealing to me, you're appealing to the masses. So send those fucking tracks our way. Keep them coming. It's amazing to see you on the show. So without further ado, Richard Lambo, PRF. Look at that fucking intro and look at that fucking outro. Shush now! You can't play with you at the minute. Just pussycat, come on. You want touching, you're gonna have to come up here. Huh? Not you, doggo. And then they fight. Rich says this is not psytrance. Yeah, KGB, late 80s disco would have done as well. I'd have accepted that. West End girl vibe, absolutely. Rich, tell me that's your voice. Please tell me that's your voice. people singing tonight. That is awesome. It is Rich's voice. Panpipes, beautiful fucking touch. You got some rogue frequencies in there though. Something keeps spiking. I spend much of my life doing electro-punk and I never seem to find enough of it, but here we are at the URL challenge and there are like 3 electro-punk contributors. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. I keep meaning I did give Warren that. Rich, that's beautiful, mate. Loving the power fade at the end, giving it more authenticness to the 80s. And again, you sliced yourself open and you spilled yourself all over that track, and that is absolutely beautiful to see. Definitely not psytrance. Definitely reminded me of the 80s. Definitely had your voice over it. And for all those reasons, I'm going to give you a 9. And I'm biased because I'm giving you a 9 because I want you fucking back at the URL. I want your confidence to gain and grow, you know. So yeah, please. And can we have that for an album? If that's not finished, finish it up. I guess like the album might be out around Christmas if we all pull our fingers out and sort it out. With regards to that, I'm going to go through the list of all the producers here, and I'm going to write messages here to them, so how you can contact me and stuff like that. But like, give me a day or two to do that. Next up, we have Sapro. Again, you can catch me and Sapro. Where is it? Oh, it's gone. Let's go find it again. Oh no, it's in there. There it is. You can catch me and Sapro here on the 10th of September, 2 days after my birthday. I'm pretty sure Rob Lavender's birthday is in September. Don't quote me on that though. Let's just keep that up for the minute, and we'll do another plug for that after we've listened to what Sapro wants to do. I've met this guy a few times. Absolutely awesome human being, and I can't wait to meet up with him again. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we start, he was packing away his kit at the last gig we were at, and he went to unplug something or do something, and like the coffin case that it was in just kind of went on the floor. He was like, oh. Thankfully, nothing was wrong. A couple of knobs came off, but they were easily put back on. And I was like, mate, I'd have been furious. And he was just like, oh, it happens. Honestly, he's got such an easy temperament to the dude. It's insane. Take it away, Rob. Yeah, Rich's track was amazing. Rich's track was absolutely amazing. I love that Rob's making it as he goes. And see this thing here? I want this so much. There I go, a bit louder. obviously, this is a mess around for the URL challenge, make an 80s track. So I did a cover of Small Time Boy by Bronxy Beat. This is the second Small Time cover by Bronxy Beat we had in tonight. Officially 80s, Rob. Check it. Oh, Bob, I want to come see you in the studio, mate. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. Snare's awfully loud. Touch loud. Pull it down a little bit. Smooth it out. Beautiful. Talent, Bob, talent. Neither did I, KGV, and it's beautiful, right? Yes, Ben, this is more like what you see at Clownfest. Explore this more, this is rocking. Rough around the edges, Rob, but absolutely stunning. You hold it really well. You hold it really well. Big up to the army that have been here from the start to the finish. Dean Daughters, you're one of them. KGB, you're another one. There are a few others that have been in from the absolute onset until now. We still have a ridiculous amount of people watching for the time it is. Says, great track, loving the replacement for the face noise. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say about it. It's unlisted. Oh, Rob, don't unlist that, mate. You should definitely 100% fucking let that one. Oh, give him some subs. He's got 77 subscribers and needs like 26, is it? 26? No, 28. 28. We've got a bot. Excuse me. Let me just get rid of the bots. Report. Unwanted pornography report. Thank you. Let me just get these out of the way. Oh no, not that one. That one. Report. Pornographic. Was there another one? Did I see another one? Yeah, hop over to his channel. And give him a. I'll just put that in again because it's disappeared out of the chat a little bit. There's Bob's channel. Go and give him a subscribe. If you give him a subscribe, you can then stream to YouTube instead of streaming to fucking shitty Facebook or having to upload. So yeah, if you could do that for him, that'd be brilliant. Don't forget you to open his page, go to a video, watch the whole thing, then subscribe. Do it on mute as you're watching this now on some other device or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so somebody who needs no introduction, John Alchemy, who got this track in at literally like fucking 10 minutes ago. It's unlisted as well, my good God. Okay, go. Jam in the kitchen. You're getting on so well with our tracker, mate. Oh, bit loud. Yeah, right. If Chest Robots break your fingers, there's no way I'm touching the sex bot. He's literally just done this. Think of the 80s, but the drum loops, percussion sound a little too updated. But literally, he's done it just now, and it was uploaded probably about 10 minutes ago or some shit. I can't see when it was uploaded. It doesn't say it's that. It probably hasn't even processed yet. So, John, I'm going to give you an 8 on that one. It's got its foot in the 80s, but its leg in the 90s. We have come to the end of the 80s challenge, and it has been fucking epic. It's now 12 o'clock UK time, and there's still people watching. It's insane. 4 hours, 34 minutes, and 43 seconds as of right now. Yeah, thank you all this evening for taking part in it. It was absolutely amazing. Looks like we're going to be releasing an album for it, so look out for that on Bandcamp. Probably take about 3 or 4 months to collate that. Because yeah, some were jams, some were just like the first looks, some were work in progresses, you know. So hopefully we will do that. I want to thank everybody that's watched this evening. I want to thank all the producers that put in all 50. It was about 50, no, a bit more than that. 50. So how many tracks did we have in the thread in the end? Go close. Thank you. How many tracks do we have in the thread in the end? 53. So I'm going to say there's about 2 or 3 actual comments in there as well. So yeah, 50 tracks. 50 tracks. That's absolutely amazing. Eric, I want to thank you for being involved in Clown Army, because you move things on, as does Gaz, and as does Jen, because we're all admin in the thing. But anyway, you know, like this is big. We need more people like this. So anybody who wants to do something connected with the URL, challenge-wise, or something else, or synth meetups or something, you know, that want to fly under the URL banner, then please get in touch. Like people say, I do a lot. I don't think I do a lot. I'm sure I could do a lot more. But it'd be nice for somebody else to come up with some ideas, and for me not to lead them, but just kind of follow under them for a bit. I've got this kind of shit sorted and set up. I just need a bigger space and some decent microphones. But it will come. I'm sure it'll come. We're only 5 years deep into the URL at the moment, as of next month. Literally in like 3 or 4 weeks, the URL turns 5. So boom. Right. Yeah, that's been the 80's challenge. We're going to release an album. It's been a pleasure to chat through the 80's this evening. We have some disqualifications, and we have some absolutely on-point tracks. And it's great to see people step out of their comfort zone. I'm so glad that my track was received well. Like I say, it was just me molesterizing the 80's, which I loved, absolutely loved, you know, and it was good. This is something I want to thank Eric for as well, for these challenges. I'm not writing music at the moment, and if we've got a challenge going on in the URL, I can't not write a tune for it, you know. So it's kind of not forcing me, but like it give me a kick at the butt, and I'm learning things as I go as well. So I want to thank Eric a lot for that. Loads of good comments. You're all massively beautiful human beings, and you all deserve a big kiss on the cheek tonight. So if you're watching on a replay, thank you very much. Can you like and share? That would be awesome. Yeah, I think I've said everything. There is, what's coming up? So it looks like the Clown Jewels may have a gig next week after, something like that. In September as well. So I'll keep you all updated. That it's in Wales again. We have Force Fest coming up in August, and a new shout out will go up this Monday. So I am going to leave you tonight with the track that I thought was certainly funniest, and is definitely in my running for track of the night. Right, it's been beautiful, but I gotta get out of here. I am fucking knackered. It's been wonderful to spend this Tuesday evening with you, and I'm sure I will catch you next Tuesday for a regular URL where I say bigger kick drum and slap an acid line over it. Right, I'm off to get some sleep. You check out Gaz.